Trials of mana.
I forfeit! I forfeit!
Hold your weapons! We have our new champion, Duran! You've come far in your training, lad.
Duran, soldier from Volcena, kingdom of the plains. His father Loki, the Golden Knight and friend to the hero king Richard, went missing when the young soldier was but a child. His mother succumbed to sickness and grief, leaving him and his younger sister Wendy to their aunt Stella. Like his father before him, the boy could not deny the pull of the blade. From a young age, he outshone all other swordsmen, and eventually came to be in service to the king himself.
Man, I'm beat.
Hang in there. The next shift is on its way. I'll do one more round in the meantime.
Papa, where are you going?
Off to slay some dragons. The fearsome beast known as the Dragon Lord is the strongest of its kind. But don't worry. His Highness and I won't lose. Now, take care of your mother and sister while I'm gone. Understood, son?
I will. Bye-bye.
Madam, your husband, Loki, he took a blow meant for me, causing both him and the Dragon Lord to fall into the depths of an abyss. My men and I searched the area for a week, but to no avail. We could not find Loki.
I see. He fulfilled his duties as the Golden Knight until the very end. I'm sure that's what he would have wanted.
Simone, my lady!
Oh, Stella.
How could you let your illness go untreated for so long, Simone?
If Loki knew I was ill, he would have neglected his duties for my sake. I just couldn't hold him back like that.
You're both such fools.
Stella, my children.
Do not fret, Simone. I will take care of them as if they were my own.
You have my thanks.
Simone?
Shouldn't be sleeping on the job. Come on, don't give in! What happened here? Huh? What's that?
You are sharper than you look. What senile old fool would entrust the security of the castle to a child? Oh, my apologies. You work for the king, do you not?
What? Don't you dare insult His Majesty!
Now the finishing blow!
Someone infiltrated the castle! Find them!
Huh. Seems you'll live another day. No matter. If all the king can boast is soldiers of your caliber, we can take this kingdom anytime we choose.
Stop! Last night, an unknown wizard managed to penetrate our defenses. The soldiers on duty were no match for him. Duran was the only survivor.
Witnesses say the man was wearing a red cloak. It has to be that Altanish cur, the Crimson Wizard.
You mean Altena sent a spy? No honor among the lot of them. We should mount a full-scale attack on their forces before they sneak in again. Who's with me?
Right!
Hold! There is no definitive proof that Altena sent the intruder, nor would they have reason to attack our kingdom in the first place. We cannot act rashly. Whoever attacked last night got past our defenses and some of our best soldiers. If we act hastily, we could fall into our enemy's trap. First, we must strengthen the castle's defenses and increase the guard. Then we shall send our own spies into Altanish territory.
Yes, sir!
But why would the true queen of Altena attack Volcena of all places?
Curse it all.
Hey! Your wounds haven't healed yet. You should be in bed, silly.
Red, whatever, just... Just let him...
Are you listening to me? Stop whining and listen! I hate you!
Wendy! Wait. That lousy, conniving, murderous Crimson Wizard is dead meat. I won't let him get away. Not again. I won't come back until he's finished. I won't. Sorry, Wendy. Aunt Stella. I really am.
Wait!
Aunt Stella.
Here. I know you already have a bronze sword, but take this instead.
Is this?
This is the sword your father used when he was a young man. back in the day. He even won the tournament with it, against the young king himself.
Oh.
Now be off. I'll explain the situation to Wendy, don't worry. Be sure to stop by the castle to see the king before you leave. He's waiting to hear from you.
How does he know?
Don't be silly. He knew your father. Of course, the son of Loki would want to travel the world. I, too, knew this day would come. I've raised you as if you were my own son, after all.
Thanks, Aunt Stella. I'll be back. I promise.
I see you're planning a journey, Duran.
Your Majesty! Forgive me. It was my weakness that allowed the enemy to escape so easily. I wish to atone for my mistakes. I cannot forgive the wizard for what he did. For the first time in my life, I was utterly powerless. He not only defeated me, he insulted you, my king! He must pay for this. I do not plan to return home until he has answered for these crimes. I cannot.
Acknowledged. You have my blessing on your journey.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
His resolve is truly admirable. I'd fear that perhaps he was raised too proud, but I see that he is just like his father at that age.
No one believes me, but I saw it. A strange light was floating over the lake. Maybe it'll appear tonight, too.
Huh? What the? Light? Hey! Hang in there!
I'm alright. Oh. Who are you?
I'm a soldier from Volcena. The name's Duran. I saw the light from the inn in Astoria.
I see. I have no other option. So I suppose you'll do. Hold on.
What?
Oh, never mind. I'll tell you later. Please, I need you to take me to the Priest of Light in Wendell. I can't fly any further on my own. I can get us through the barrier. But we need to hurry. Something has happened to the Sanctuary of Mana.
The Sanctuary of Mana? Wait. Whoa! What was that? It came from Astoria. I gotta go back.
Oh, we need to get going. Let me rest inside you for a bit. You won't see me, but don't worry, I'm still here.
Whoa, wait, what?
Don't delay. We must see to Astoria.
Ah! She's talking in my head. Oh, that's so weird.
Hurry!
Jeez, fine, on it. What happened? Where is everyone?
This looks like the work of beastmen.
Those cowards!
There is no time to waste. We have to get to the Priest of Light as soon as possible. Wendell is in danger.
Ugh! If this barrier weren't in the way, I swear I'd be in Wendell by now. It's not fair.
Oh, how about that?
You say a fairy's gonna help us get inside? Oh, you must mean the light from the forest. I am so glad she's your problem and not mine. Wow. No thank you. So, is she gonna let us in or what? Oh, and you can help me get to Wendell, by the way. I could use a break.
In Volcena, the kingdom of magicians, the true queen's magic was all that kept the freezing temperatures of the surrounding snowy lands at bay. But as the mana of the world grew weaker, so did her power. Bit by bit, the ice and cold began to encroach on the castle.
Citizens, we all feel the magic draining from the land as mana weakens. For our mighty kingdom of Volcena, this is of grave concern. We shall not sit idly while our country crumbles. No, we must open the forbidden portal to the Sanctuary of Mana, and then we can obtain the Sword of Mana.
I thought that was true to mana.
Be still. Legend says the portal to the Sanctuary of Mana only appears after activating the Mana Stones throughout the world. Obviously, no country would willingly give up a precious Mana Stone, so we expect a certain amount of resistance. We shall muster our strength and take the Mana Stones by force. Our true queen will obtain the Sword of Mana to rule her magic empire.
Long live the true queen! Glory to Volcena!
Oh, come on, Jose! Please?
Hush! No need to shout, Your Highness. Honestly, you know, I used to be the sharpest of the great magic users in the Altanish court.
Whoa, hang on. I do not need another trip down your winding memory lane. Just teach me the rest of yesterday's lesson.
I've told you time and time again. You cannot use magic simply by learning the steps. Your magic has not manifested because you rely on form instead of spirit.
Oh, please, not another lecture. Fine, I just won't ask for lessons anymore then. Take that.
Oh, this child.
Look, there's Victor. Hey, Victor! Hey!
Oh, morning, Your Highness. Have you finished your magic lessons already? You know Jose complains to me whenever you skip lessons, right? But please consider my plight next time, Your Highness.
Angela, princess and heir to the throne of Volcena. With a heavy burden dogging her steps, Angela grew up fatherless in the shadow of her mother's royal duties. Her childhood was extremely lonely. Instead of affection from her mother, it seemed all she received were scoldings. Though she knew that the queen had important responsibilities that kept the two from playing, that knowledge didn't stop Angela's frustrated tears. Starved for attention, the princess grew into a rebellious youth. She often acted out, playing pranks on members of the court. Though Angela became a renowned beauty, much like her mother, she remained woefully unable to wield the magic power of her bloodline. That lack of talent was never far from her mind.
The Crimson Wizard is training the mages harder than ever. I heard some were injured, but I suppose that's one of the dangers of war. I'm not sure, but the Crimson Wizard might be as powerful as Her Majesty the Queen now.
Oh, there you are. Your Highness, the Queen and her advisor have called for you. I will wait for you in the gardens. Now is not the time to dawdle.
Please hurry, Your Highness.
Your Majesty, I believe you sent for me?
Angela, allow me to explain. As you know, we must control the Mana Stones to gain access to the sanctuary. That is the reason for our invasion. Legend says if we activate the energy of the Mana Stones in the world, the portal will open. And we don't question legend. We shall begin with the Altenish Mana Stone.
How will you do that?
We will use a forbidden magic spell, outlawed because it takes the life of the enchanter in exchange for that mana energy. However, my associate and I are too important for this sacrifice. If we use your body as a vessel for that cursed magic, your death would act as the catalyst we need to release the Mana Stone's true power.
But Mother!
You've been a useless blight on my lineage for far too long. To think that my daughter could be so weak and powerless. Under these circumstances, sacrificing yourself for the spell is the most fitting end for my heir. Now come, my child.
No!
She's gone.
Where? I'm outside the castle. But why would my mother... I can't return, but I have no idea what to do now. I actually won, I think. Too cold. I can't take another step. I want to go home. Please, Mother. Please. Where am I? You're awake! My daughter found you in the snowfields. We brought you back to Ulrent. Please rest until you feel well. Cheery, look! Our guest woke up!
Yay! Can I play with her? Huh? Can I?
No. Don't bother her. But I'll play with you.
Yay!
Ma'am, I don't know what to do. Please, give me guidance.
Sometimes people lose any last spark of hope and fall into the deepest despair. When that happens, you must go to Holy City Wendell and seek advice from His Eminence, the Priest of Light.
The Priest of Light?
To find your way through the darkness of despair, you will need a guiding light. Go to Wendell, child. That is your fate.
Huh? Come on! This fraud told me the same thing. Go to Wendell or whatever. All I asked was whether my next child was going to be a boy or a girl.
Holy City Wendell, huh? I don't know what awaits me there, but I guess it's bound to be better than getting caught here in my own kingdom. I'll go. I mean, nothing could possibly be worse than staying cooped up in the castle. And if I learn how to handle my magic, maybe my mother will welcome me back. There's a chance, at least.
Heart heavy with the Queen's rejection, Angela left Volcena as a wanted criminal with a price on her head.
Wait a sec. You said you're the Princess of Volcena. Then you must be friends with that blasted wizard, huh?
Excuse me? Don't even joke about that. That guy conspired with my mom to sacrifice my life in exchange for magic. I hate that jerk.
Oh. Sorry. I didn't realize. Then, what's up with that wizard anyway? I mean, who is he?
It's complicated. Years back, he couldn't use magic either, like me. Our teacher, Jose, was at his wit's end. But then suddenly, he was able to wield incredible power. Now the Crimson Wizard acts as the Queen's chief advisor. And to top it off, he doesn't even call me by my royal title. Can you believe that? Ooh, it makes me so mad.
An incredibly powerful wizard, huh? Well, I'm gonna be the best swordsman in Volcena. He won't stand a chance.
Oh, how silly of me. I never asked your name. Duran, huh? All right then. Lead on, Duran.
Hey, beauty or not, stay away from ledges, okay? It's dangerous.
I grew up with no parents, but there was one priest in Wendo that was always nice to me. Heath was kind and helpful. He took care of me. My grandpa asked Heath to go to Astoria to look into something for the temple. But I got a really bad feeling about it. I didn't want anything to happen to Heath. So I followed him in secret and didn't tell Grandpa when I left the temple that night. By a horrible twist of fate, a creepy-looking man took Heath away right when I finally found him again. And then I couldn't even get back to Wendell because of the barrier until you opened a path through the cavern for me. I got a little lost on the way and fell down. If you hadn't been there, it would have been good night, Charlotte. That was close.
Fine. I'm headed to Wendell to see the Priest of Light anyway. You can come with us, but don't get comfy. Come on.
Oh, you want to see Grandpa? Why didn't you say so? You didn't know him, but you helped your chances. I'm actually the granddaughter of the Priest of Light. But, you know, Wendell isn't far from here. You might need my help getting there, but I don't need your help getting home. Take care that you don't get lost. Bye-bye.
Please, accept the Goddess of Mana's blessings.
You're the Priest of Light, right? Tell me how to change my class. I need to be stronger now. Please.
Impossible. There is no way you could switch classes right now. You lack the experience necessary for such a feat.
What? But
You must have at least heard tell of the Mana Stones, correct? First, you must gain enough experience through battle, then call upon a Mana Stone's power to switch to another class.
Who's got time for that? Your Eminence, if I don't get stronger, I can't give that crimson jerk what's coming to him!
So you're the priest of light, You're plainer than I expected. I was hoping you might have some wisdom to share.
Whoa.
Wait! I have something to say. Your Eminence, please listen. I have come from the Sanctuary of Mana to tell you that the Mana Tree is withering. Mana power grows weaker by the day.
Withering? But without the Mana Tree, the seals on the Mana Stones will break. The Benevodons will be released into the world.
The what? What's that?
You're acting like this doesn't affect you. You've been chosen by Fairy. This means that you alone can retrieve the Sword of Mana from the Sanctuary.
I've been what? She didn't mention that. Hey, Fairy? What gives?
I'm sorry. With the mana in the world so depleted, a fairy can't leave the sanctuary for long without a host. If I hadn't found you, I wouldn't have made it.
Yeah, okay. That's good for you and all, but no thanks. I don't need the stress in my life. Go haunt that old man instead.
Would that I were able to bear your burden. However, once a fairy finds a host, they are bound to them for their whole life. Only death can part them.
Wait 1 second. I never agreed to this. I don't need a sword of mana or whatever.
You want to defeat the Crimson Wizard, correct? With the Sword of Mana, you'll be the strongest swordsman in all the world.
Hey, stop sneaking around in my mind. But, what is the Sword of Mana anyway?
The Sword of Mana is the embodiment of the ancient power of Mana, guiding force of spirits. It is an alternate form of the Golden Wand used to create the world itself. The one who holds the Mana Sword gains awesome power. The sword lies in the roots of the Mana Tree, waiting. Before the Mana Tree withers completely, you must reclaim the sword and awaken the Goddess of Mana once more. She alone can bring peace to the realm and grant your wish.
So, if I get that sword, I can defeat the Crimson Wizard! Where can I find the Sanctuary of Mana? And how do I get there?
I am so sorry. But with mana so depleted, I don't have enough power to open the portal to the sanctuary. Not by myself.
Throughout the world are 8 points of mana energy, Mana Stones, sealing away the fearsome Benevodons. If you activate the Mana Stones, the portal connecting our world to the Sanctuary of Mana should appear. Through that portal is the Sanctuary. However, you should know that the energy inside the 8 Mana Stones was sealed on purpose as the Mana Goddess began her slumber.
So, What should I do?
In ages past, there once was an ancient spell used to control the energy from the mana stones and bend it to the user's will. However, countries refused to allow each other any control of the spell and use of the mana stones. The war that followed caused unspeakable damage. It was nearly as destructive as the sealed benevolence. The survivors cursed the magic to avoid future tragedy and forbade anyone from using it. Now the life of any person who uses the spell will be forfeit. There is no longer anyone alive who knows how to work this cursed spell.
Guess that's it.
There may be one way. If we borrow the powers of the elemental spirits that reside near the mana stones instead, I can combine their powers with what remains of mine to open the portal for everyone.
Splendid! This is a relief. If you wish to find a mana stone, I've heard many say that the Lightstone is in Cascade Cavern, guarded by the elemental Lumina. It is the cavern you pass through in order to reach here. Take Fairy. With what remains of her power, she can help you find Lumina in the cavern. See if you may borrow his light powers.
So, wait. The Sword of Mana? Huh. I think my mother mentioned that thing. But if I can get it before her, I can show her that I'm not powerless. She might even let me come back. Hey, take me with you. Please, come on.
Certainly. And the more elementals we meet, the more magic you can learn yourself.
Really? That's perfect.
Come with. Can I? Please? I heard what you were talking to Grandpa about. You are no simple adventurer. Since you have a quest of your own, I have a favor to ask. I gotta find Heath, and I need your help.
No can do. It's pretty dangerous where I'm headed. I can't take a little kid with me on such a long trip. Go back to your grandpa, okay? Don't worry. We'll find out what happened to Heath for you. He's got to be out there somewhere.
Come on! I'm just worried about Heath. Please, I really can't come with you. Oh, fine. You are so stubborn. And mean. You meanie. Wait, stop. There's mana power coming from the waterfall. See that strange hole? Further up. I bet Lumina is in there.
That's gotta be the hole Fairy was talking about, right? Supposed to get over there.
Oh, right. I forgot you can't fly. I think I can use the residual mana power in the waterfall to get you over there. Let's give it a try. We did it!
Looking for Lumina? That'd be me. Nice to meet ya! A pleasure. And thanks for releasing me from the belly of that full metal meanie, am I right? Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't come. Fairy filled me in on your plight while you were fighting. Telepathy's great, huh? Just like Fairy, we elementals need mana to live. I'll help however I can to make sure we save the mana of the world.
Lumina, where is the Lightstone?
It's straight up from here, deep within the old ruins. But you can't exactly get there from here. Oh, no. It's safe, though. For now, at least. It's so unstable. It seems like the Benevodon could be unsealed at any minute. We gotta get the rest of the elementals on board and open the portal to the sanctuary.
Huh? Oh, looks like part of the cave broke in the fight. I think there's a shortcut. What?
What do you think you're doing?
Thanks for taking down the cavern barrier. Saved us some trouble. Now, nothing's stopping us from invading Wendell. This is a present to show our appreciation!
No!
Let's get going.
Oh, what do I do? Tree continues to wither. A hero must be found to take the Sword of Mana and awaken our goddess. Then, let us ask the Priest of Light for guidance. We must not delay any longer. Let's go! I cannot continue. What do you mean? We're so close! We can do this! I can't make it to the other realm with my powers. I leave the rest of it to you. Please, hurry. Oh, we cannot continue either. Please go on without us. Find our hero and save the mana tree.
Wait. Where? Curses! What is this? Let me out now!
No need to shout. Save your breath.
Someone there? Who are you? where are we?
You're finally awake. You okay? Looks like the Beastmen really did a number on you when they brought you back here to Chad's stronghold. Same here, unfortunately. Give me a moment, and I think I can get us all out. Now that the guards are gone, we've got a chance. Who, me? I'm Hawkeye. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Quit your yakking. Keep quiet.
Did you even notice the door's unlocked? What a useless guard.
What? You're right. But how?
Oh, it's simple. Come over here and take a look. Keep staring at that spot. Good. There, that's done. Come on, you really thought a lock like that was gonna stop a professional thief?
No! I've been tricked.
Sorry for the wait. Let's get out of here. Head to the docks. There should be one boat left. Come on, let's get out of this town. While the Beastmen are attacking Wendell, their forces are spread thin. We can catch that boat before it sets sail. I heard the townsfolk mention it before I got caught. You don't look so good. Offer a prayer to that mana statue and you'll be healed completely. Hurry before someone comes.
Aboard, quick! We're setting sail. All aboard!
We've wasted too much time. We have to get to Maya and find the rest of the elementals.
What is that?
Don't worry, this is Fairy. She's from the Sanctuary of Mana. It's a long story, but she's sort of haunting me while we look for the Mana Stones and the elementals that protect them.
I see. Then you must be the one the Priest of Light mentioned. I was looking for the people traveling with Fairy when I was caught by the Beastmen.
You must have a story too, right? Some reason to make this journey? So spill.
My story's a little involved, but here's the gist.
Where there is light, there must also be dark. So, the thieves of Navarre lived in the shadows of the world.
Going in. Get ready.
It's my money.
Like taking candy from a baby.
A thief! No,
Not my money!
You had to make this complicated. Now that I have your undivided attention, let me give you some advice. You've made a killing swindling the people living hand to mouth in this town. Now's your chance to put yourself in their shoes. Maybe you'll think twice about your dirty business practices now that you're the one who's lost all his money, huh? You should thank me, really.
That's rich, coming from a common thief. How dare you!
Touché. But something tells me you'll get over it. Farewell. Try breaking a sweat with an honest day's work for a change.
Navarran thieves were known to sweep through towns, stealing ill-gotten goods from the undeserving rich, while their leader, Flame Khan, held down the remote desert fortress in the sand dunes.
I've returned from the raid, sir.
Well done.
Oh, you haven't heard? Forgive me. King Flame Khan has disbanded the Thieves' Guild and declared Navarre an independent nation under his rule. We're wasting away in this forsaken desert. Mana power is shifting and threatening our place in the world. Our people's resources, like the waters of the oasis, are drying up. We'll lay siege to the kingdom of Laurent in the north and create the Navarre nation. Now, His Majesty has a meeting to attend, so you just sit tight.
Oh, Hawkeye. When did you get back? Is something wrong?
What is Flame Khan thinking? He's never been ashamed of our thievery before. How can we give up our entire livelihood, our creed? And for what? What is going on? And there's something strange about that Isabella. I know she saved the Lord's life when he was stranded in the desert. But making her second in command? What's her angle?
I'm sure my father has the people's interests at heart, Hawkeye. If the wells we all depend on go dry, we can't live here forever. So...
But a king? Flame Khan hates monarchies. So now we're going to bleed the citizens of our new nation dry to fill the king's pockets just like our enemies do? How will we be any different from them?
Stop insulting my father!
Oh, what? Did you want to play the part of the pretty little princess, Jessica?
Stop!
Hawkeye, there's something bothering me.
By now I'm sure you've heard about the invasion of Duran. Have you noticed anything strange about my father lately? That's exactly what I thought. We two have grown up together here in the fortress, so I knew you must have noticed it as well. I knew it. He hasn't truly been himself since he went missing in the dunes last month. Fortunately, that newcomer Isabella found him before he... But I swear nothing has been the same since. If my hunch is correct, Isabella may be at the root of the problem. But no more. I will expose her for the evildoer she is. Shh. Stay vigilant. Huh? We'll surround them. I'll go to the other side.
Understood. Do pass on my message.
Hold, fiend!
We have you now. Whom have you snuck into the fortress? And what have you done to my father?
We'll continue when pests are taken care of. I'll leave them to you.
Oh! You children will find out there are things better left unseen in the world. But no matter. I will have you forget my little secret. Just like Flame Khan.
Stop manipulating my father! I'll throw you out of this fortress myself!
What an innocent babe.
It hurts!
Eagle? What's wrong?
You have to run, Hawkeye! Must eliminate. Hawkeye must be destroyed.
No! This isn't you, Eagle! Fight it!
Oh dear. He can't hear you now. What will you do? Attack your friend or perish on his blade?
Eagle! Stay with me.
Hawkeye, you did the right thing.
Huh. Still alive, I see. Oh. Allow me to fix that.
Eagle! Eagle, no! You did this to Eagle, you foul!
I'm done playing, child. Someone, come quick. The man's a murderer!
What's the problem?
No! Not Eagle.
How could you? Don't move!
No! It wasn't me! I would never! Let me out!
Murder is no laughing matter. Your execution date is being decided. I suggest you reflect on your crimes while you wait. Oh, best be quiet, dear. If you tell anyone, your friend Jessica's life is forfeit.
What have you done to her?
Oh, I just gave her a cursed little present, if you will. If you step out of line, you may not like the consequences.
Let me out! Is someone there? Anyone? Jessica!
My brother, Eagle, they're saying you did it. But that can't be. No one was closer to my brother than you. You couldn't have. So tell me, who killed my brother?
Talk, and her life is forfeit.
Please, tell me, who was it? Hawkeye! Why won't you say anything? No. It couldn't be. But you... and Eagle?
Jessica!
I believe Mew! I know Mew was framed! Come on! We need to get away from here as soon as possible! Quick! Through this hole! This cursed present Mew mentioned? I think it's the legendary choker at death! If the stories are true, once Mew put it on, Mew can never take it off! And if Isabella dies, Jessica will die with her. But the Priest of Light in Holy City Wendell might have some leads. Mew should leave Navarre and find the Priest. I'll take care of things here.
What? Okay. I trust you, Niccolo. Take care of Jessica while I'm gone.
Hey, you take care of me yourself. Don't worry, I'll look after Jessica.
Eagle, don't worry. I swear on my life that I won't let anything happen to Jessica. I have to leave now, but I will be back to avenge your death, dearest friend. And I will save your sister. Jessica, you have to stay safe until I return. Please be safe.
Hawkeye, pained by the loss of his dear friend, set off for Wendell to find a way to lift Jessica's curse.
Fairy, answer me this. If I go with you, I can save Jessica?
Of course! The goddess of mana should be able to undo any magical curse once she reawakens. She can definitely help.
All right, then I'm in. Let's see this through.
We all escaped Jag, but I heard rumors before we left that the Priest of Light risked his life to put a barrier around Wendell to repel the Beastmen. It made His Eminence fall so dangerously ill. He collapsed. They say a young priest named Heath is the only one in Wendell who can cure the deadly sickness. But no one knows where he is. This could be...
Yes, hello? I am Bon Voyage, and you are? Oh, never mind. It hardly matters. You simply must see my invention. Wait for me in the backyard. You want to know what this is, right? Right? Just wait. There's only one easy way to Volcena from Maya, and that's the bridge. It's down the treacherous Golden Road, and it's full of monsters. Hardly an effective or safe travel route. However... Behold! With my new deluxe super cannon, you can reach it in one blast! It's the latest model, and I'm almost done! So, what do you think?
Who goes there? It's the princess!
Princess Angela, you are charged with treason and sentenced to death by Her Majesty the True Queen.
What? Why? What did I do?
Wait. What are you doing?
Whoa, that sounds like an overreaction.
Silence you. You are all enemies of the kingdom. Hey! Bring out those magic devices! We'll trap them on the bridge! Take this!
Huh?
Oh, everyone, retreat!
I'm so sorry.
No kidding! Leave it to Altanish mages to mess everything up.
Well, maybe you should have just collapsed right along with that bridge.
Come on, people. Take a deep breath. Answer me this, though. What would Altanish mages be doing here?
Altena is preparing to invade other kingdoms to search for the Mana Stones. If the mages are here, we can bet there's a Mana Stone nearby. We need to find the Hero King as soon as possible and ask him where the stone and its elemental are. But, how are we supposed to get to Volcena without a bridge?
What? The bridge is down? Oh, I see. Well, have no fear. With my Hyper Deluxe Super Cannon version 2, I can fix all your problems.
Did you rename it?
Oh, never mind that. You need to come into my backyard again. Lickety-split! Isn't she a beauty? This is the revolutionary ultra-fabulous turbo cannon number 2. Oh!
Huh?
I got so caught up in making this that I plumb forgot about ignition fuel. Nitromite! I need nitromite to fire this up. Think you can grab some for me? I've got too much work left on my next invention to get it myself. You'll be fine.
I guess we look for fuel.
Well, guess we gotta ask around. Well, Dwarf Tunnel is supposed to be around here, right?
I finally get to work out. See this wall here? It's actually an illusion made with refracted light. Cool, huh? You know, they used to call this place Gem Valley because of all the crystals in the rock walls. The crystals are how the dwarves disguise the entrance. Here, look. This big rock looks normal, but I can shine my light to nullify the illusion. I know you want to see, right? Ta-da! Here's what the entrance to Dwarf Tunnel really looks like. Now get in there!
Watch the shopkeeper done got a job to do. The tunnel's a mess further in. Ooh-wee, let me tell you. Well, there's a lot of monsters, so you should buy some items first. I am minding the shop. Well, on that note, welcome.
Well, looking for what, huh? Well, hey, I kind of weak for adventures, eh? Well, be seeing you.
Yeah, I'm Watts. Who's asking? Oh, you want nitromite? I got some here. It'll cost you, though, 5,000 lucre. Hey, you ain't got enough money.
Wait.
Oh, wait, I ain't got time to chat. I'm looking for Gnome, our patron elemental. He ain't nowhere to be found. There's just been so many dang quakes and rumbles down here. I came to check on Gnome, but he was gone. What a mess. No time to waste. I'll be deeper in the caves looking for Gnome.
No, wait! He's gone.
this hole come from? Oh, I got a bad feeling about this. Ah! Did you hear that? I ain't gonna stick around. Later! Everyone doing all right? Woo! So that's the legendary subterranean monster Jewel Eater. Well, I'll be. Oh, the tunnel entrance you know as Stone Split Gap, we call Gem Valley. They say that Jewel Eater only surfaces in the valley once every 1,000 years. Oh, you all are lucky. The first gnome goes missing, and now Jewel Eater appears. What in tarnation is going on?
Well, my ears done started burning.
Gnome! You're all right.
Well, of course I'm all right. See? There I was, just taking a nap, minding my own business, when Jewel Eater done come out of nowhere and dug a burrow straight through my bed. If I hadn't woken up, I'd have been that monster's lunch.
Ooh, that ain't nothing to laugh about.
Gnome? We need your help.
Oh, if it ain't Fairy! Been too long, sister!
With the power of the elementals, we can open the portal to the Sanctuary of Mana. Please?
Well, I ain't one to turn down a request from an upstanding lady like yourself. Leave it to me, miss.
Well, I'll be. You guys are I'm sorry for being so rude earlier. Here, you can have the nitromite on the house. Oh, don't you worry about it. No charge. Here, I'll send you right back to the entrance to Dwarf Tunnel with this magic rope. You all take care now. Oh, give my regards to Gnome.
Who are you people? Hey, you sent us off to get nitromite and then forgot about us? What gives?
Oh, right. I didn't forget. I just couldn't remember. So, what's that nitromite for again? I'm kidding. I remember now. It's for my revamped cannon, right? Excellent! Excellent! Head to the backyard, and I'll meet you there. Isn't she a beauty? This is the revolutionary, ultra-fabulous turbo cannon number 2! Wind shear? Check. Targeting? Check. Locked onto Volcena? Ready?
Owlbear Moors. Bumbling fool shot us to the middle of nowhere! What happened? Hang on.
Volcena mages attacked. His Majesty is in danger.
What?
The party finally made it to the kingdom of Volcena, only to find it in shambles from the attacking Altanish forces.
Well done. Release the magical creatures into the castle and fall back for now.
Yes, sir!
Not that crimson coward again. He won't get away with his crimes this time. Come on! We gotta protect the king!
Behold! Even the hero king is powerless when paralyzed by magic.
You must be the Crimson Wizard of Altena. Tell me, why would Valda, the true queen, mount this cowardly attack?
Well, she seeks to control the Mana Stones and thought it best to destroy Volcena before retaliation. Her Majesty is not troubled by past alliances.
A pity.
That is all you wish to ask? So be it. Take this!
Stop!
You again. This interference will not be forgotten. Until the next time.
Wait! Not again. Stay here and fight, you coward! You won't get away, Crimson Wizard. Not again. Your Majesty! You're safe.
Duran? Have you returned?
Your Majesty, you know my mother?
You mean you are the daughter of Valda, the true queen?
Yes, though she attempted to take my life.
To think that Valda had a daughter all along.
What do you mean?
Forgive me. I meant no insult.
You can't just say something like that and expect me not to have questions. Tell me.
Hey, you can't talk to the king like that. Take it back.
Be still, I am not offended. My apologies, Princess. You may one day learn the truth, but now is not the time. I am, however, worried about Valda. She is a kind soul. I cannot imagine her deciding to throw her daughter's life away. Oh!
Your Majesty, we are searching for the elementals that reside near the Mana Stones of the world. Please, tell us where to find this Kingdom Stone.
Fairy, I see that you are all traveling under Fairy's guidance. I have met one of your kind when I stood against the Dragon Lord. In truth, I was chosen by that fairy.
What?
Sadly, that fairy was cut down at the hands of the Dragon Lord. I was spared. If fairies have come to our realm again, this bodes ill for the world. 8 Mana Stones exist in the world. The powers of earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, The moon and wood originate from these stones. You will find the elemental spirits of each stone living nearby.
We have already located the elementals of light and earth, Lumina and Gnome.
Heyo!
How you doing?
6 remain. You must travel to Poloport by boat from Byzer. From there, you can reach Laurent's Mana Stone. It is the windstone.
Thank you, Your Majesty. We will find the stones.
You need Sylphid's wind powers in order to find the remaining stones. Return once you have found him. Safe travels to you all.
Bon voyage? Oh, you mean my older brother. I'm Bonjour. I know you want to get back to Maya, but hang on. I'm still setting up my brother's invention. I'm Bonjour, younger brother of Bon Voyage, and he told me all about you. He even gave me this cannon to help out with your little adventures. Hop in! I'll send you back to my brother's place in Maya. Oh, no, don't worry. I'm a much better shot than he is. Ready?
Poloport is now a territory under the control of the Navarre nation. Move along.
Uh-oh. Something's not right. They're acting like they don't recognize me. Isabella must have gotten to them. Hey, cat got your tongue? Curses! This is Isabella's doing, I know it. At this rate, all the Navarrans might be under her witchcraft. Hmm?
Hey! You gonna take my order or not?
Sorry for the wait. May I help you?
Are these some Nosa flowers? Oh no. Curses. Huh? Where am I?
Oh, I see you are awake. This is the Laurent secret base. We Amazons have been gathering our remaining forces since the thieves of Navarre attacked the Citadel.
Who are you?
My name is Reese, Princess of the Kingdom of Laurent. After Navarre attacked the Citadel, I assumed I alone survived. While searching for my kidnapped brother Elliot, I received word of this hidden base and returned.
We're looking for the windstone. Heard of it?
Oh, the windstone? I believe it is located in Gust Hall, a cave in the Westerly Mountains. You may find your path blocked by the wind statues there, however. We could have controlled the wind for you from Citadel Laurent, but with the invasion...
Alright. Well then, guess we better help you guys take back your castle.
No, I could not possibly accept. This is our fight. Once you are fully rested, you are free to leave.
Your Highness, I am so pleased to see you well.
Please, do not strain yourself.
I am fine, child.
How can we take the Citadel from the thieves who have it overrun? A frontal attack would easily be rebuffed by Navarre. Is there any way?
Forgive me, I am a mere caretaker. I never learned tactics or strategies of war. Wait, we should consult with the sage Dom Perry. He may have wisdom to impart upon us.
Dom Perry?
Yes! Back when the world was waging war on the Dragon Lord and his unstoppable forces, Dom Perry advised the Hero King on strategy, which led Volcena to victory.
Where can we find this tactician?
He is difficult to locate. Dom Perry is Poker. They are small, reclusive beings that dwell in Rabbite Forest, south of Jan.
Then we must go and find him.
Please wait! The Poker do not like larger folk such as us. You may not be able to meet with him at all. Finally, you have returned, and with you, our hope. You cannot leave us to travel again so soon. Your Highness, please stay with your people.
Hey, old man, leave it to us. We need to get to Gust Hall, and sounds like we can't without access to the Citadel anyway. Let us help.
You would take this mission? Thank you. It would be such a help.
So, what do we do?
Dom Perry may not agree to meet with you in your current forms. You must appear less human and more... Poker-like. You must find the legendary Minor Mallet. Rumor has it that the item is in Bizer. With it, you could possibly pass for Pokers.
Hey! This way!
Huh. Isn't that Bon voyage.
Oh, you know my cousin?
Can you blast us all the way to Biser?
But of course. Are you ready?
Running a shop isn't as fun as I thought. Well, enjoy your doodads. I think I'll go take a nap.
Hey, was that? Gonna work?
Do not look familiar.
We're new. We just moved here. Nice to meet you.
Is it just me, or does something about you smell human?
It must be the human I hitched a ride on. Yeah, that's it. Probably got some of his stink on me.
It is hard to avoid those simple, stinky humans.
Yeah. Anyway, do you happen to know where we can find Don Perry the Sage?
How about you look for the fellow yourself?
Hey, Don Perry isn't here?
Of course he is. I am he.
What? But I asked you if you knew where he was.
When you asked, I was taking a turn around the village. I did not know where I would be at any one moment.
Oh, what's wrong with this ornery old man? Wow, that's deep, I guess.
What? Do you doubt me, youngin'?
Actually, we came for advice, Don Perry. We heard that a horde of mice invaded a Poker homestead near the Kingdom of Laurent. We figured that you might have an idea of how to help the other Pokers. Please, share your wisdom.
My, that is dreadful. Laurent, you say? Oh, I have an idea. First, you must locate the wind elemental, Sylphid.
But even if we find Sylphid, isn't there supposed to be a wind statue blocking our way?
Ah, is that so? Wind is an ever-changing element. But as the world's mana power ebbs, there may be those who have found a way to twist Sylphid's powers for ill.
What?
The wind is restless. Something may have befallen the statue. Regardless, listen well to what I have to say. From one of the mountain paths in Laurent is the entrance to Gusthall, a dangerous wind labyrinth. You can traverse the hall by changing the directions of the wind statues to create a path. The rest is up to you. The windstone can be found deep within. There, you may also find Sylphid. Sylphid can spread the sleep spores from the Somnosa meadow throughout Citadel Laurent to incapacitate the Navarre agents.
Wait. You knew we were human the whole time?
It was obvious. If you were Coropoker, you would have known that this is the only settlement of our kind in the whole world. Besides, I can tell that you have a fairy within you. We, Coropoker, can see that you are her chosen one with a single glance. I am not fond of humans myself, but I know that if Fairy is here, the world is in dire peril. We cannot turn a blind eye. Pardon my teasing from earlier. I just cannot help myself. Oh, there is no greater joy.
What? The wind statue is...
Oh no! Someone might be after Sylphid like Don Perry feared! Hurry!
Whoa. What's that?
It's a mana stone. This is the first one I've ever seen in person, too. Huh. If the Benevodons sealed within were freed, the whole world would be in such danger.
Hey, don't jinx it, okay?
I'm sorry. We're doing what we can to stop it, after all. Come on! Sylphid must be nearby.
Hey, over here. Looks like these fresh footprints are headed this way. Let's check them out.
Sylphid's in trouble!
Hey, you! Let him go!
You must have destroyed the wind statue, too!
He's gone!
Something's wrong.
You okay?
Sylphid, are you
Who was that Dark Knight from earlier?
I don't know. One moment he was looking at the Mana Stone, and the next he was after me. He drained my energy and summoned Persepide.
So that night, he's after the Mana Stone.
Sylphid, we need your help.
I see. Well, you all saved my life. I'll stick with you until the bitter end!
Welcome back. I am so glad to see you safe. You made it.
Did you have a chance to speak with Dom Perry?
Sure did. Take a look.
Hello, nice to see you. Oh, leave this to me.
Now is our chance. Please be careful. There may be enemies in the Citadel that did not succumb to the sleep spores.
Help yourself to the supplies in the barrels. There are candies and cups of wishes.
Reese!
Uh-oh! Meddlers!
Thank you. The enemy commandant is in that room over there.
I will go shortly.
Don't be an idiot! You aren't going anywhere with those words. What would your subjects do if you didn't make it back? Wait here. We'll take care of it, Your Highness.
But I swore on my life to avenge my father.
I've never been a fan of royalty, but I understand responsibility. You can't let down all those people who look up to you.
Hawkeye,
Stay out of harm's way for once. Later. Bill! Ben! It's me, Hawkeye! Don't you recognize me? Please, you have to snap out of it!
Who knows? Who cares? Come on, Ben.
Gotcha, Bill!
Secret attack? Fuse!
Isabella! This is as far as you go!
Isabella. Oh, yes. I was called that once, wasn't I? I'm surprised to see you still alive.
Who are you really? Why would you want to take over Navarre and invade Laurent?
I am Belladonna, servant of his dark majesty.
This is revenge for Eagle!
Oh, really? How quickly your memory fades. Are you certain you want to kill me?
Wait! The choker of death.
Exactly. Now you remember what will happen to dear Jessica if I die.
With your help, we managed to take the Citadel. Words cannot express our gratitude. The kingdom is reclaimed, but my father is gone forever.
Isabella. Belladonna took over the minds of my friends, Bill and Ben. She's got everyone in Navarre in the palm of her hand.
Belladonna. She is the one who stole my father and my kingdom from me. She still has my brother. I will never forgive her.
Reese, listen. I know you want revenge, but if you destroy Belladonna now, an innocent girl's life will be in danger. Just give me a bit more time. With the Sword of Mana, I know I can save Jessica. That's why we have to find it.
This Jessica, is she... Never mind. I understand the situation. Right now, my fellow countrymen and I need to focus on rebuilding my kingdom.
Thank you, Reese.
Will Laurent really be okay, though? I mean, we don't know when those guys might come back.
The Citadel defenses were mostly repaired by Navarre after the fire. We can defend ourselves, Your Highness. The Kingdom of Laurent will not be caught off guard again.
The sleep spores will no longer work on us either. Our next move is to make a search party for Prince Elliot. Your Highness, if you would only stay here at the Citadel and guide your people.
I know you are worried about Prince Elliot, Captain. You may leave the Citadel in our care. Please. We know you are not the type of person to wait idly by in the Citadel while other Amazon guards attempt to retrieve the kidnapped prince from the enemy. Isn't that right?
Yeah!
Liza. Everyone, thank you. I will find Elliot and bring him back so that we may rebuild Laurent together. I entrust the Citadel to you. Until then.
Safe travels, Captain.
I will set out again to renew my search for my brother. Thank you all for everything you have done. May we meet again.
Reese, I wish...
I must go now. Take care, everyone. Farewell.
We've found the wind elemental. I think we should go back to Volcena and talk to the Hero King.
Hey! You're with those invading hooligans.
Take that! And that! You can't fool us!
Niccolo! Brother! It's Mew! Help me!
Niccolo? Do you recognize me? That's a relief. Please! My friend is from Navarre, but he was being controlled. This wasn't his fault. Please. Spare him.
Fine. As long as you're sorry.
I guess we'll let it lie. Let's go!
Thank Mew for saving me. After you left Navarre, things went from bad to worse. Belladonna began taking over everyone in Navarre with her magic. Those who figured out her plan before she could corrupt them were taken out by her summoned meowsters until no one was left. Since Jessica was already under a curse, Belladonna's mind control magic didn't work. Instead, she put Jessica in the fortress prison. They barricaded the walls since I broke Mew out of those cells. I couldn't do anything for Jessica. Then I fell to the mind control myself. It was bad news.
That's rough, Niccolo. It's probably not a good idea for you to return to Navarre yet.
I'm sorry. I couldn't protect Jessica.
It's not your fault. Belladonna put Jessica in prison instead of harming her when her magic didn't work. For now, she's probably safe. I guess we just have to find the rest of the elementals and break Jessica's curse with the Sword of Mana. Niccolo, go to the Citadel and tell the Amazons what you know.
Oh, as Mew wish. Be seeing Mew.
We could have landed in Visor 5 times over by now. What's the holdup? Oh! What the... Uh-oh. This has got to be that ghost ship everyone was talking about.
Wait! I do feel the presence of spirits nearby, but it's faint.
So there could be an elemental on board.
I can't be certain, but stay on the lookout. Something's coming. Oh, be careful.
Is this the ship's log? Whoa! That's disturbing.
Hello there. It's me, Matelo, the supernatural enthusiast. I have fulfilled a dream of mine. I'm a ghost. But now that I've tried it out, I think I'll go home. Now it's your turn to try. Farewell.
Wait, what? No, wait, hold on. This can't be the end of it all. I'm too beautiful to die!
Oh, calm down. You aren't really dead, you know. Looks like whatever curse that man has passed to you. Once you're cursed, you can't get off the ship until you give it to someone else.
Give it to someone else? Hang on! Don't just leave me here! Come on!
Does it really matter? You were considering switching places with one of your friends. Don't deny it.
You got me.
Whoever, or whatever, made this curse is on this ship. The rest of the group should look for it.
Counting on you. If you want to take my place and let me search, just say the word.
Welcome to my ship of wandering souls.
Undo the curse on my friend and let us go! Right now!
There is but one way. Defeat me. You have released my wandering soul. I would be honored to lend you my power and free your cursed compatriot.
Took you long enough. I'm done with ghosts. Shade, if you're here, does that mean the Darkstone is on the ship?
Unfortunately, the Darkstone has been lost. In fact, it may no longer even be in this realm at all.
Huh?
When the world faced devastation from a war, the likes of which had not been seen since the rise of the Benevodons, the ever-increasing darkness clouding the world activated the power of the Darkstone.
Then what happened to the Benevodon of Darkness?
It is as you assume. Humankind tried to harness the energy of the Mana Stones to bring about peace in the world. But it was not to be. They soon fought amongst themselves over control of that very energy. Dark forces took advantage of this, and soon the world spiraled into an all-out war.
Didn't the Priest of Light mention something about that too?
The seal on the Darkstone was broken, and the creatures of darkness, including the Benevodon, brought the world to the brink of destruction. Since then, the Darkstone disappeared, lost to those of this realm. Bereft of my home, I was forced to wander the seas in this ghost ship for many long years.
Do you know what happened to the Benevolent of Darkness? How did the world avoid utter destruction?
I do not know. The Benevodon, along with the creatures of darkness, simply disappeared without warning.
What?
It has been many, many years since then. The world recovered, but alas, the Benevodon is not gone for good. I believe the monster may have once again returned to the Darkstone. It may even have been sent back from the darkness. I feel its shadow in this realm again.
So, even though humans have no way to deplete mana power on their own, the reason it's become so scarce might have something to do with the Darkstone?
So, why... Whoa!
As the souls dispersed, this ship has no place in this world.
Hold on. It what? Wait. Where? Wait. Hawkeye Island? Oh no! That volcano looks ready to explode! We gotta get out of here as soon as possible!
We're getting too good for these guys.
Take it out! Or it does more damage!
Watch out for the enemy!
Next!
Out of the fire. It's still stuck on the island.
Watch out!
Take care of that.
This ain't a fight we want to have without some healing first.
Okay. No need to stick around after a win.
Here! This should do it! Here! Watch out for the enemy!
Great!
Here it goes! This should do it!
You miss!
Got you covered! That's what I call power!
You wish you'd never got past with us. You're getting too good for these guys. You
I wish you'd never crossed paths with us. Of course. Too bad.
Oh, great.
Here.
No time to celebrate. Let's get moving.
Come on! Let's help each Get going! I know what to
Too bad.
Holy ball!
Too bad. Took care of that. I'll take point and leave the rear to you.
You wish!
Too bad.
This isn't funny.
Not too bad, if I do say so myself. This should do it. Here. Watch out for the enemy! Not too bad, if I do say so myself.
Come on! Let's help each other!
Too bad.
Not bad.
We're getting too good for these guys. Time to work together, everyone!
How's that? on guard for now. Look! Look!
Come on.
Okay.
Don't keep me.
Come on.
Get out of my way before I break.
We need a way out before the volcano erupts.
I can't get enough of this power!
Together.
I need to stick around after a win.
Clear your way.
That stings. Can't be here.
I'm a force to be reckoned with. Watch out for the enemy!
It's going to erupt at any moment. We have to escape. I don't have time for this. Out of the fire, but still stuck on the island. We just had to wash up on this island.
Gotta get this nuisance out of the way before we can go.
Barely broke a sweat.
Looks like it's my time to shine, huh? There was a cave entrance here, but the volcano done went and plugged it right up. Give me a sec, and I'll fix it for you. Well, be seeing you.
You?
I am Malokio. In accordance with the prophecy heralding His Dark Majesty's triumph, I am here to end your lives. It is foretold that you may disrupt His Majesty's plans for this realm.
You coward! Just who is this Dark Majesty anyway?
There is no need for you to know the minutiae of our plan. After all, you will not leave here intact. This active volcano will soon bury you all alive!
Oh no! It's erupting right on top of us! Now what? We're out of options! Oh, what is that? Oh, wait. Are you helping us? We should head back to Volcena and ask the Hero King about the rest of the Mana Stones. Sorry, not in here. Anywhere but here. This is my house. When I left for Wendell, I promised I wouldn't come back home until I defeated the Crimson Wizard. So, it's complicated.
Fine, we don't have to go. I know how obnoxiously stubborn you can be. Too bad. I was looking forward to seeing your room, though. All those skeletons in your closet and secrets under your bed.
Cut it out.
You have returned safely. That is fortunate. I see you have located 4 of the 8 elementals. Light, earth, wind, and darkness. You have 4 left to find. You are halfway to your goal. The Waterstone is in Altena's territory. Its elemental, Undine, may be found to the south of Frostbite Fields in the Labyrinth of Ice. However, I have heard that Altena has already activated the Waterstone's energy. Please, take care. To the south of the Burning Sands is a treacherous place known as Fiery Gorge. The Firestone and its keeper, Salamando, can be found there. Southeast of here is the sprawling Dusk Moon Forest, home of the Beastmen. I have heard the Moonstone lies within its borders, but I know nothing more. Beware the Beastmen's strength. It would do you well to change your class before you attempt to cross into their land. The Woodstone is said to be in the woods of Wanderer. Dryad, the stone's elemental, should be located nearby. However, you cannot reach that forest via a land route. South of the woods of Wanderer is Lampbloom Woods. The elfin settlement of Dior and all its secrets lie within. If you ask the elves, they may have some advice for you. You appear to have received help from Vuskov, ruler of the seas, to escape Buka Island. I assume it is because you were chosen by fairy. Here in Volcena, we have a flute that has the power to summon Vuskov. However, because the creature is not fond of humankind, we sealed it away. If Vuskov has accepted you, you can use the flute to summon the creature by playing it on any sandy beach in the world. Vuskov will come to you. Take it with you, with my blessing.
Hawkeye! Stay back!
Ugh! I lifted your curse. Now show some gratitude and prove your usefulness. Bill, Ben. I believe you have a score to settle. This is your last chance.
Yes, ma'am! Wait! Jessica! Get out of my way, Bill! Ben, you'll have to face us!
We won't go easy on you like last time. Behold this dark power that Belladonna has given us.
Snap out of it! We were friends! Don't you remember? Bill? Ben? Let's get it done, Ben! On it! Secret attack, evil fusion!
No. Why did it have to come to this? Belladonna ruined everything!
come no further. Unless you want me to throw her into the flames.
No!
There are more of you? Oh, this is not over yet!
Niccolo! You saved us! How does Jessica look?
She's unconscious. We mustn't leave her in this weakened state for long. Jessica is cursed no more, but she's been wearing Belladonna's choker at death for so long, her body and soul are both at their limits. I'll take her back to the Oasis Adim, but you should go after Belladonna right meow. She wants the Meowna Stone. You have to hurry!
This is the pure energy the Mana Stones hold within. I lifted the girl's curse so I might sacrifice her life to break the Mana Stone seal and bring us closer to the sanctuary. But you foiled that plan. Luckily, I used the souls of Bill and Ben in place of hers. Thank you for defeating them and providing me an alternative. We are one step closer to the sanctuary. All hail his dark majesty!
Oh no! She's released the energy from the stone! Now we know that Belladonna's trying to open the portal, just like the Altanans. Everyone is after the sword! Things could hardly be worse. If the Sword of Mana falls into evil hands, Mana Tree will die. Mana power will disappear. Then the Benevodons will be released. We cannot let that happen. We have to find the elementals and open the portal before the enemy does. We need that sword.
I hear ya. That lady royally used up the Firestone. Take me with you. Then we can all make her pay. She's gonna get it.
Glad to see you fired up.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Wait 1 second! That's the knight who hurt Sylphid!
Cease your toil. The Mana Stones will be activated and the portal to the Sanctuary of Mana will be opened. No matter what. The Mana Sword will belong to the Dragon Lord.
Dragon Lord? That's impossible. My father took that fiend to his grave. He sacrificed his life by throwing them both into the abyss. Don't lie!
Are you Duran?
What? How could you know me? Who are you? No. The Dragon Lord can't be alive. That means my old man sacrificed his life for nothing. I ain't buying it. You hear me? I won't!
The Mana Stone is nearby. I can feel the elemental's presence. Let's hurry! Stone is giving off energy.
But wouldn't more mana energy make it easier to open the portal to the sanctuary? Why don't we just wait for Volcena to activate all the stones for us? Hey, saves us the trouble, right?
No! We can't let them release the mana energy like this. It drains it from the world faster. Even if it opens the portal, it'll permanently wither the mana tree. The more energy that's released, the more it'll weaken the mana power everywhere. If this continues, it might even weaken the seals on the Benevodons. The seals could reach their breaking point. We must find the elementals before the forces of evil release all the mana energy. Then we can open the portal and secure the sword. Please understand.
Got it. Sorry.
I just want you to know how dire the situation is. But we can do this.
Oh my.
Undine! You're crying. Are you hurt?
No. You're on such a noble quest. I was just so moved. Do pardon me. With mana getting weaker, I've been so quick to tears lately. Have no fear. I will gladly lend my power to your cause. Happy to make all of your acquaintances.
Here the Aurora Sisters, famed entertainers of the night market. Shall we dance for you?
You had no chance of defeating me!
Oh, that was satisfying. Oh, don't bother with those pesky Altanans. I'll take care of this mess. Ludger, please do return to the palace. Yum, yum. What a veritable feast of souls for me today. Oh, delicious, delicious. I'd love to gobble them both up, but I suppose I must send one off to the masked mage. Our stores have run low, after all. We need many more souls to perform the forbidden magic if we intend to open the portal to the Sanctuary of Mana. Can't let my master know that I'm taking my own share of the spoils. Oh, if it isn't the no-good Prince of Herolia. Have you returned home so soon?
Lies! You lied! Said I could bring Carl back to life!
Fool! You are the one who fell for the falsehood. Such an innocent soul. You must taste sublime. Oh, I'm so glad I turned that wolf pup Carl against you.
Can't move!
I think you'll be my midnight snack. Shall I finish you off, just like your friend Carl? Finish you off in one gulp.
Stop!
Have you no manners? Can you not see you're interrupting my meal?
Wait! I'll take care of them. I thought I saw that half-beast-man traitor Kevin in the forest. I am not letting him get away from me! First, I'll get rid of this filth. You can help me warm up for the main event!
Lovely! Be my guest.
Just you wait! Ludger?
Kevin, I always hated you. Born a prince and specially trained in hand-to-hand combat by the king himself since you were young.
Ludger?
I wanted the king to teach me what he taught you so badly. I loathed you and your good fortune. In the end, I was just another beast guard. Nothing more. No matter how hard I wished. But you hated fighting. All that talent wasted. I couldn't forgive that. You had everything I wanted and you didn't even care. I wasn't gonna lose to such a worthless prince. And yet...
Ludger, you are strong. Strong enough to be king. Same as me.
Thanks, Kevin. Just keep getting stronger. Maybe in my next life, I'll be able to defeat you. Don't you dare lose before then.
You're Luna! The elemental of the moon, right?
Yes. I've been waiting for your arrival. I will grant you my power.
Luna! Help Ludger! Please, help!
I'm afraid all I can do is grant his final wish. The only way to save him is to give him another chance in his next life. He will now be reincarnated.
What? Baby is Ludger?
Yes, he will grow big and strong, and one day come to challenge you again.
Okay. Baby Ludger. I'll wait. Challenge me anytime.
Is he going to be okay in the forest all alone? He's just a baby.
Oh. Babies are raised in the wild. The forest creatures take care of them until they are grown. Don't worry. He is safe. It is the Beastman way.
Okay.
Where is the Mana Stone, Luna?
The Moonstone is on the first floor of this tower. Mages from Altena came to try and activate its power, but Ludger and his guards managed to protect it.
Then it's still inactive. But that weirdo Gormon from before is in the tower now. We should go after him, just in case.
I will stay nearby, in the forest. Keep other beastmen away from here. Good luck.
It's so strange to see the Moonstone just sitting here in the middle of a tower. I'm pretty sure this stone is the reason why it's always night in the surrounding forest.
Boy, Mana Stones sure cause a lot of trouble. Not sure I'd want to live my life in the dark like this. Oh, hey. What happened to that weird clown from before?
That man was pure evil. I felt it. But I don't feel anything right now. He must have left. I would be able to tell if he was still nearby.
So, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. That Gormon guy, Belladonna from Navarre, and the Crimson Wizard from Altena are all after the Sword of Mana? They're all heading to the Sanctuary? Well, we've come this far, and I'd like to see that Crimson Wizard try and get past me now.
We still have to look for Dryad, the Wood Elemental. The Hero King suggested we ask the Elfin Elder. So, we should go to the hidden elf kingdom of Dior. It's in Lampbloom Woods. Moonvine. My powers can unseal the path.
Charlotte? What are you doing here?
Hello! Long time no see. I'm looking for Dior, so I can help my grandpa. He's sick. After you heartlessly left me at the temple, I made it through countless hardships, and finally reached these woods!
Oh, sorry.
As long as you're sorry. It wasn't an easy trip, you know. Especially the cannon part.
So, basically, you took a boat to Maya and hopped in Bon Voyage's cannon.
I guess. Basically. But forget about that. What are you all hanging around here for anyway?
We're looking for Dior, the elfin village.
You'll probably never find it. After all, you don't know the secret trick my grandpa taught me. Too bad for you!
Wait, what secret?
Haha, I'm not telling!
Run off alone into a forest.
Fine. The secret is the flowers. At night, some flowers glow red. Follow those to get to Dior. Look! See the red flowers? That's the way to Dior. I don't want to deal with monsters, so I'll follow you after you clear a path. Thanks in advance.
I have nothing to say to humans. Leave immediately.
Elder! Please, we need your help.
Oh, you are the ones chosen by Fairy herself.
Hey! There you are. You left without me. Again! How could you forget about me? You horrible meanie.
Charlotte, is that really you?
Who are you?
You do not remember. You were very young when you were taken to Wendell. I should not be surprised.
Oh, so you are the elfin elder, huh? Wait, no time for that. My grandpa is sick. He needs your help. Please. When the priest of light put up a barrier to protect Holy City Wendell, he used forbidden magic. It came with a terrible curse. Now he has fallen to an incurable illness.
I see. I did not think I would ever hear tell of the priest of light again. It must be Laran and Shayla's will from the world beyond.
Papa and Mama?
Yes, my child. Dividing their families caused Laran and Shayla much pain. Humans and elves are forbidden to marry. His Eminence and I were against the union, afraid that it would shorten their lifespans. But their love was more important to them than our laws. Shayla left Dior and eloped with Laran. Once I saw their happiness, I reluctantly relented. After a time, they had you, Charlotte. Though they departed this world thereafter, your parents did not regret their decision. To assuage his guilty conscience for abandoning his son, His Eminence swore to raise you, his granddaughter, in Laurent's place. That is when you left Dior for the Temple of Light. And to avoid future tragedy, I sealed Dior away from humans. We two agreed that only elves were to know where to find this settlement.
Papa! Mama!
Leave her be. Regarding the issue of His Eminence's illness, I'm afraid there is nothing I can do with the mana of the world so depleted.
In the end, sounds like our only hope is to get the Sword of Mana, and ask the Goddess of Mana to heal him.
Sir, Fairy is helping us find the elementals so that we can open the portal to the sanctuary. We would like your help. Please. Where is the woodstone?
There is a mana statue in the northwest of Lamploom Woods. If you borrow Luna's moon powers at night, the Lamplooms should let you through.
Oh! This must be the mana statue the Elder mentioned!
Interesting. I've never seen this plant. Oh, but it smells divine. I believe this is the path you seek. There you are. Would it be all right for me to take one of these flowers with me? I do so love the smell.
Monster ensnared me in its grasp and has sapped my power for so long. So that's how it got so big. Thank you ever so much. Oh, forgive me for causing you so much trouble. We are happy to help. Will you help us too, though? I'm so sorry, but that monster sapped all of my power. I fear I would be of no help to anyone right now. I would only get in the way.
Come on! You're the wood elemental! Your power's probably closest to the Goddess of Mana herself, right? Besides, look at you now. You've been trapped in those vines for who knows how long, and you're still doing fine.
Are you certain? Yes! Come with us, Dryad! We need you. Thank you. you. You're too kind, and I don't deserve it. But I will do my best to help you all.
Hey! That's the 8th elemental!
Let's hurry and cover Vuskov, so that we can get a ride to Oblivion. We don't have much time left. This is probably our last chance.
What's Oblivion?
Oblivion is the island, where mana energy from all corners of the world converges. In the past, when the magic used to control the mana stones was sealed away, the whereabouts of Oblivion were erased from everyone's memories to further protect the world. Oh, but don't worry, it's still there. When I used the last of the mana power in the sanctuary to get to this world, I appeared in the sky above that island.
All right, let's go. We made it! Alright, everyone. Time to open the portal!
Thank you for everything. I never could have attempted to open the portal all on my own. Mana has continued to weaken throughout our journey. But I think I can still manage with what remains of my strength. I'll give it a try. Elementals, lend me your powers!
Woo-hoo-hoo! Time to show my stuff. Don't you worry, sister. You got this. You hear?
Ha! Do it!
I won't hold back.
We won't be defeated. Here goes.
I give you all of my dark power.
Heyo! Here we go!
And now, let us give this everything we have. I apologize that this is all I can do. I only hope that it will help.
Curses. So close. Come on. You can do it. Don't give up now.
Aw, you were so close. Don't worry. Next time, you'll definitely get it. Try again?
Aw, come on. You can do this, Fairy. Believe in the elementals and your own power.
Thank you, everyone. Mana has grown weaker than I expected. The portal won't get any larger. Okay, I'll try one more time. Please, Goddess of Mana, help us!
got it! Oh, it's the sanctuary! I never doubted you for a second, Fairy.
No! That wasn't me! The portal opened on its own! Oh, mana stones must have been activated! They're giving off too much energy! Oh, they combined with the powers of the other elementals and created that huge portal in the sky! Oh, and it's too high up for us to reach!
What? So, now what do we do?
Oh no! Watch out!
I know that laugh. I'll never forget the voice of that wizard fiend from Volcena!
We couldn't activate the mana stones with the forbidden magic alone. Thank you so much for releasing enough mana energy. Now Volcena's flying battleship, Gigantress, will begin the invasion of the Sanctuary of Mana. Please accept this gift with our warmest regards.
Your Majesty, beastmen subjects, now is the time to invade the Sanctuary of Mana. Once you get the Sword of Mana, the human world will tremble at your feet. You can create a beastman utopia. Does that sound equitable, Your Furry Majesty?
Proceed with your plan.
Yes, sire. Now then, guards! We're off to the front lines!
Malocchio? What is it?
They have opened the portal to the sanctuary. Are you prepared?
You forget to whom you speak. Of the two of us, you are the one who is late. Now, what news do you have of his Dark Majesty?
He used the last of his essence to bring the Darkstone back from Mavolia and into this realm. His Dark Majesty has perished.
Then it is proceeding as he planned. I have prepared the vessel that will bring us through the portal and into the Sanctuary of Mana. Let us cast off.
Once we have the Mana Sword, we can easily revive his Dark Majesty. With his dark powers, we can transform this realm into Mavolia itself. We cannot fail in this mission, or his Majesty will be lost forever.
everyone all right? We gotta go after them.
But the portal's in the sky. How are we supposed to get up there? Some of us don't have wings, you know.
Wait! I heard that the goddess of Mana's emissary, the winged defender, lives on the tallest peak. He's a spirit that oversees both land and sky.
Tallest peak. Oh, that's gotta be Celestial Peak. In the mountains of Laurent. Come on, let's check it out.
Oh, I see you are all well. You wish to find the winged defender? I understand your predicament. I will unblock the path. However, the winged defender is the protector of the Laurent Mountains. It is said that he only appears for us Amazons.
Defend much of anything. Oh, is this one a baby? Hey there. We're trying to get to the sanctuary of Mana. Can you help us?
Ooh, don't get too close. I think you made him mad.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're a girl dragon, aren't you? How about I give you a cute name to apologize? How do you like... Flammy? Oh, perfect! Flammy, I am oh so sorry to ask. This is urgent. Would you please take us to the portal in the sky above Oblivile? Sanctuary of Mana.
Look! These are the soldiers that went into the sanctuary before us. They slaughtered each other. What? Gourmand. Did you take Fairy?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. It wasn't me.
If it were, I would have done away with all of you and stolen the sword instead of waiting here.
Just try it.
Oh, please. I'm speaking hypothetically. It pains me to see the sword of Mana right in front of me, but I have orders to leave you whole. The one who stole Fairy from you also obliterated my master, the Masked Mage, along with his entire fortress, Mirage Palace. My hands are tied. If I don't do as they say, they won't let me live. And so I'm only here as a messenger. Yes. I'm well aware that they will do away with me once I've fulfilled my purpose. I'm merely cooperating until I can make my escape. Huh? Well, there I go, rambling on again. I'm sure you can tell that your enemy is the epitome of evil at this point. They're waiting at the entrance to the sanctuary. There, that's done. Word of advice, it's best to just admit defeat. Farewell!
Belladonna! Did you take Fairy?
It is over. All of it. Now his Dark Majesty can never be revived.
Huh?
My master, his Dark Majesty, sacrificed his life by using a forbidden spell to bring the Darkstone from Mavolia to this realm in order to gain access to the sanctuary. Using the Sword of Mana, we would then revive him. Together we would turn this world into our new homeland of Mavolia. But a new enemy came and destroyed my master's corpse. Now, his soul is trapped forever in darkness, lost to us, just like the Mana Sword. We were utterly defeated. Malokio thought we might still be able to obtain the sword ourselves in order to bring Mavolia to this realm. But a world without his Dark Majesty. I could not bear the thought. That cowardly fool. Malokio's pettiness was an insult to his Dark Majesty's memory. So I destroyed him with my own hands. Don't worry. I intend to follow soon. His Dark Majesty was the reason for my existence. This is farewell.
I guess Ego's murder was avenged in the end. We can't rest yet. If we don't take care of that enemy Belladonna mentioned, we'll be facing more senseless deaths. Just like Eagles. Belladonna may be out of the picture, but I'm still with you for the rest of this journey. Ego wouldn't forgive me if I bowed out now. So, I'll make him proud.
Stop! Where do you think you're taking Fairy?
Ha! If you wish to retrieve your Fairy, you will bring the Sword of Mana to Castle Altena.
I'll do... what? Hang on! No! That coward!
Oh. No one else could touch the sword, so they must have been waiting for you. That's why they took Fairy hostage.
You know this is a trap, right? It's gotta be.
Yeah, I know. We gotta go, even if it is a trap. We can't just leave Fairy to those fiends. I ain't running from this fight. Fairy needs us. And that Crimson Wizard? He won't get the best of me this time. Let's go!
You are too late. Now, if you wish to save Fairy and the Queen, you must give me that sword of yours.
Mother!
Please do not move, Princess Angela.
Evil cur!
Call me what you will. I'll take that sword now. If you move an inch, I cannot guarantee the lives of Fairy or Her Majesty. Oh, so this is the Sword of Mana.
Ha! Look at that! The sword doesn't want a corrupt soul like yours anywhere near it.
The Sword of Mana reflects the heart of its wielder, good or wicked. The Dragon Lord's dark power will change the sword into a vessel of evil.
We've done it. The Sword of Mana belongs to the Dragon Lord.
No!
We are done here. Now we must use the sword on each Mana Stone to release the seals on the Benevodons.
What are you doing? You promised!
I simply demanded the sword. I never said I would spare any of you in the end.
You have no honor. Fight me right here and now!
Sadly, I have no more time to waste on you, pitiful heroes. But do not fret. Once we free each of the Benevodons, you will all die, sooner or later. You may live for now and watch the world perish. Consider it a gesture of appreciation for the sword.
I'm so sorry. You lost the sword because of me.
Fairy, it's not your fault. Are you okay? They're trying to revive the Benevodons. So, what do we do now?
Oh no! It started already! Quick! Let me back inside you! I'll show you what's happening to the stones! Close your eyes. Benevodons are separate. So, if we can defeat each one before they join and combine their power, the world might yet be saved. Let's go to the Mana Stones.
welcome. I have a wide variety of weapons for you to peruse. A perfect choice, I must say.
This is good quality.
I'm glass shopping.
A perfect choice,
Looks useful.
You're welcome. Come again.
Without quality armor, it won't matter how good your weapons are. Quality armor, it won't matter how.
These should do me well.
Looks good. This is good quality. Looks good.
I'll make use of this.
These should do me well.
I'm glass shopping.
These should do me well.
I have an eye for quality.
Quality armor, it won't matter how good your weapons are.
These should do me well.
Looks useful.
These should do me well.
I have an eye for quality.
Come again.
Okay, leave it. Me. That was the last of them. Don't get too comfortable, though.
Get out of my way before I break.
Too bad. Didn't know my own strength.
Watch out!
Too bad.
Of course. Barely broke a sweat. All right. Clear the way.
That was exhilarating! Careful! It's the enemy! All right! Ha, 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 ha.
bad. Too bad. Not too bad, if I do say so myself.
These aren't strong, just a
Make no mistake. I'm stronger now.
Watch out for the enemy!
Not too bad, if I do say so myself. Too bad.
We should get going.
Those Benevodons down.
That thing was strong, but we managed somehow. All right, let's go get the next one.
You did it! But the longer the Benevodons are left alone, the more powerful they become.
Look! Up there! That's a Benevodon if I ever saw one.
Only one monster is left. The Benevodon of Darkness. This is it! But we don't know where the Darkstone is.
Yeah, but if we don't do anything about it, the Benevodon is just gonna get more powerful. Plus, this equipment ain't gonna last me forever.
Wait, didn't Josephine mention a place called PETA with good equipment? How about we go there and regroup?
Dad, is that you? You can't go off to fight the Dragon Lord!
Whoa! Calm down. My son is only 5 years old. Though, you do look familiar. I hope my son grows into a fine man like you someday. Your Highness, preparations are ready. Let us be off to the Dragon Lord's lair in Dragon's Maw.
Agreed.
Dad!
This stone tablet contains the goddess's prophecy about the world's end. You can't read it? Fine. I will interpret the text for you. The world will fall to ruin. The tree will wither. The sword will be corrupted and despair will reign in the dragon's domain. But 3 heroes. The rest of the stone was broken off. I'm sure it further describes the world's destruction at the dragon's hand. But we needn't worry yet. The Prince of Volcena and his Golden Knight are on their way to drive the dragons out. The Dragon Lord stands no chance. Since the prophecy said 3 heroes, it probably wasn't even talking about the Dragon Lord. His Highness is suiting up as we speak, you know.
Oh, well, yes, I am a Mana Stone scholar. There were once 8 Mana Stones, but alas, with the Darkstone lost, there are only 7. However, after exhaustive research, I have concluded that the Darkstone could be around Dragon's Maw, most likely in Crystal Desert.
Reappearing in this realm must have triggered the portal to the sanctuary. Oh no! Oh no! It was a trap.
Huh?
each of the 8 Benevodons after we defeated them. Oh, that means they have the complete combined powers of all the monsters!
No. But that means everything we did just made the bad guys stronger. I can't let them win. Not like this.
Impressive. But you may not proceed. Give up, Duran. The Dragon Lord has never been more powerful. You don't stand a chance.
You think you can tell me what to do, huh? Don't act like you know me. You don't know anything. I ain't running away from the monster that killed my dad!
You still don't know who I am. I am Loki. Your father.
No. What are you saying? It doesn't make any sense. My father died during the fight with the Dragon Lord.
During the fight, I was plunged into the abyss. The Dragon Lord saved my broken body with his dark power. Now I live to serve him. Come. Come to me, my son. For I have missed you, Duran.
Dad?
Duran! Don't go!
You tricked me!
Not so. I merely wanted to extract your soul to grant you dark power as well. Now, come with me.
I knew you couldn't be my father. He was strong and kind. You're nothing like Loki, the Golden Knight!
Pity. But if that is your wish, I cannot let you live.
No. No, 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 no! Dad, why?
Duran, my son.
Dad.
My boy, you've grown up so strong. Strong enough to free my soul from the Dragon Lord's curse. Be on your guard. He is more powerful than ever before.
Curses!
I have to go, Duran. Do not stray from the Swordmaster's path. Your sword is a reflection of your soul. Never lose yourself.
Dad! Wait! Dad, I won't waver. Dragon Lord will not get away with what he's done. He and the Crimson Wizard are through. I will stop them. And I'll make you proud. Mom and Dad. Let's go!
You have made it far, but you are too late nonetheless. Thanks to you, the Dragon Lord will transform into his final complete form, using the combined powers of all 8 Benevodons.
I don't care who I'm up against. I won't back down. You're all finished!
Give me back my mother!
Oh, unfortunately, that's impossible. You see, once the Dragon Lord is fully reformed, I'll offer the True Queen's life force to him. She will be a suitable sacrifice to my master.
You wouldn't.
Oh, my. You are a rude bunch. It is of no consequence, though. There is nothing you can do now. Submit to the end of the world. Farewell.
Must be the Dragon Lord!
You never learn.
None of this matters in the end. But as you are all present, feast your eyes on the dawning of a new age as I become a god. This is the very last of the Sword of Mana.
No! It's gone!
The power of the destroyed Benevodons has been absorbed by the sword. It has now corrupted it beyond recognition. Now that power is mine. The Dragon Lord will rise again.
Venerable Master, you have surpassed even the Goddess of Mana herself. You are more than a god. You are a supreme god. My lord?
It hurts. Something is stopping me. It's the Goddess of Mana. That useless weakling. How can she still be alive? Fine. If she wishes for death, I shall destroy the goddess at her source. The Tree of Mana. Let us be off to the sanctuary.
Please, go on ahead, my lord. I will rid us of these pests.
Do not delay.
Get rid of us, huh? Try it. I dare ya. I've gotten so much stronger since the first time we met. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I've come this far in order to defeat you!
Very well. You will soon understand how defenseless you are. In the face of the power of darkness, I will show you myself! I cannot be defeated. Not when I have the dark power my master gave me. No! This is not over yet. Come on!
Stand down. You can't even stand up. This is as far as evil power will take you.
When I was younger, I was unable to use magic. Ashamed at my own powerlessness and disgusted with my lot in life, I fled Volcena. I traveled far and finally arrived at Dragon's Maw.
The battlegrounds where the famed Golden Knight of Volcena fell to the Dragon Lord. There, I came across what remained of my master's body. But my master was not gone completely. His spirit spoke to me from that decaying body. He offered me a deal. In exchange for half of my life force, I was given control of the Dragon Lord's limitless power. However, my life force only served to partially revive him, but the Dragon Lord is infinitely cunning. He devised a plan to gain the powers of the Benevodons, using the Mana Sword in order to regain his true form. Soon the Dragon Lord will be at full power. I only have half my life as it is. The dark power given to me can't replace what he took of my life force. I will never be whole. Is there even a reason to go on?
Of course there is. Don't just give up. You don't have to end it here.
I thank you, Duran.
Fool.
Dark power drove him to this. It's sad, but we don't have much time left. We have to get back to the sanctuary and protect the goddess. She's still in danger. If the Tree of Mana dies with it. We don't have the sword anymore, but we can't give up. Please, I need you to help the goddess of Mana. Mother!
Angela? Where are we? Oh, have you been skipping Jose's lessons again? My dear, you shouldn't antagonize your loyal subjects. Remember, you will be Queen of Volcena someday. I know that it's hard, especially if magic doesn't come easily for you, but you can take all the time you need to learn it. I pray to the goddess of Mana every day, asking for her blessings, so that you may learn magic faster.
Mother. Oh, Mother.
What's wrong, Angela? There's no need for you to cry. Oh, but please introduce me to your friends. I cannot believe something so horrible has happened. I don't remember any of it. How could a queen allow such madness? Even if I was being controlled, the idea that I would try to sacrifice my own daughter is terrifying. I am thoroughly ashamed. Please forgive me, Angela.
No, It's okay, Mother. You're still the true queen, and your people love you. I love you. Please, continue to rule over Altena fairly, as you always have. We have to go to the Sanctuary of Mana now, and fight the Dragon Lord. But I'll see you when this is over, Mother.
Thank you, Angela. You must go to the sanctuary without delay. The portal is sealed shut for all but you three, and your fairy companion. It is up to you. Please be careful, and return to this realm safely.
Such a shame. The tree has withered completely, and the goddess of mana is no more. I see you are becoming weaker and weaker without the Tree of Mana. Understandable that fairies would perish along with the tree since they are born from it. I will now bring havoc and ruin to the world and usher in a new age of darkness with me as the supreme god.
No! I won't let you!
No! Fairy!
What a fool! Do you yearn for death that badly? Wait. I remember a fairy that met a similar fate. She was with that silly prince of Volcena and his useless knight. I was caught unaware by the Golden Knight's foolish attack, and we both fell. It took me so long to regain my strength, but now I am the strongest of the gods. No one alive can surpass me. Behold, this is my true form. How? A supreme god cannot die?
Fairy!
Thank you for never giving in to despair. But the Tree of Mana is dead, and mana has disappeared from the world. I can't exist without mana. We didn't know each other for long, but I treasured our time together. I won't forget any of you.
Fairy, don't go!
Please, don't worry about me. You were fighting for everyone's future, including mine. Thanks to your triumph, I will now be reborn as the new goddess of mana.
What?
You see, fairies are like the seeds of the mana tree. Once they find a worthy person, someone with a pure heart that they trust completely, that fairy can become the new tree and goddess of the mana in the world. To bring that mana, the mana we have lost, back into this realm, I must take the tree's place and sleep here in the sanctuary. It may yet take 1,000 years for me to restore all of the mana. But if in 1,000 years your descendants still remember the Tree of Mana, I will awaken. I'm sure I can help them in their hour of need as well. But until I am needed in the future, I will remain here, asleep, quietly protecting the world as this tree. This is where we part. My brave heroes, farewell. May the Sword of Mana, the one that lives in all your hearts, shine on. forever.
Jessica! Are you okay?
As you can see, she's doing fine. Navarre thieves from all around the world have been coming back to the fortress. We should go back too.
Father!
Jessica and Hawkeye. I fear I have been trapped in a nightmare for far too long. I was informed about what happened to Eagle. That is why I intend to honor his memory by bringing his beloved Thief Guild back to its former glory. Now that mana as we have known it no longer exists in this world, the water in this desert will soon dry up. Therefore, our next target is clear. We must steal water and greenery from nature itself. This desert was once a lush and fertile land. We must find a way to bring back the rain and make it hospitable once again. We cannot let the people here suffer. Not on our watch.
I see. And the trouble is, magic depends on mana, which means that without mana in this world, our powers are no more. My magic included, Volcena will once more be plagued by the terrible cold of the surrounding area.
Don't worry, Mother. What difference does a little snow make? It's the elements against our people's fiery willpower.
Oh, Angela. You're correct. Our people are resourceful enough to withstand the cold, even without our magic to lean on.
Darn! Just when I got in the hang of magic, it disappears! Ugh. But I guess I found something more important than magic in the end.
What, really? What'd you find? What are you staring at me for? Is there something on my face?
It's a secret!
Duran, you're back safe and sound. I'm just so glad to see you.
I'm sorry I made you worry, Wendy. Aunt Stella. It's over now.
You can tell me when you're ready. But you should go to the castle and report back to His Majesty.
That sounds like quite the adventure. Your journey was difficult, but it had to be done. Now is not the time for sadness. Loki is alive inside you all. His soul is freed and with you always. Huh? We do not have the goddess of mana to rely on to
keep the world in balance anymore.
Duran, you and your friends will take up the mantle as the new Golden Knights. Volcena will follow where you lead. The future is yours.
What is this? Where am I? Oh, I see. This world is...
No. What? Why? Why have I awoken? Why? This is the Royal Library in Volcena. How have I come to be here? All my worldly knowledge was sealed within this tome. The spirit of Master Grand Qua is no longer in this realm. Why am I here? I cannot feel the presence of the goddess of mana. Oh no! The witch. She must have awakened.
Huh? What's with this book?
Oh, does this mean that you can see my aura?
What? Did you hear that?
Ah, yes. I was once a great magician, known as Master Grand Qua. Your world is in grave danger, and that danger's name is Annis the Witch. Annis the Witch has been revived.
Annis the... who?
She's a magic user from the realm of the Mana Goddess. Annis is the reason this world continues to be in peril.
Annis intends to open a portal to Mavolia and destroy this world. There is but one way to face such a terrifying force of evil. You must reach the strongest class I ever discovered. Class 4.
Class 4, huh?
Please, you must find a way to switch to Class 4 and defeat Annis. Save this world from the chaos she brings.
Whoa. I didn't know I could change to a 4th class. How do I do that?
In order to reach Class 4, you must obtain a specific item. That item is... the Valor Sphere, the Sage Sphere, the Loyal Sphere. Interesting. Luck is on your side, as fate would have it. These class items can be found in places important to you, perhaps even kept by people to whom you have a deep connection. I beg of you, you must reach Class 4 to stop Annis and save this world from utter destruction.
Oh, Duran, you have come at a most opportune time. I have awaited your arrival.
Waited for me? But why? Is something wrong, Your Majesty?
In these trying times, the world is in need of swordmasters of merit. In order to find such persons in our kingdom, we will hold a tournament. What say you, Duran? How strong have you become in your travels? I imagine the kingdom would rejoice to see the champion of the youth division appear in this competition.
Yes, sir! Please. I'm in.
However, you no longer belong in the youth division. Duran, you will participate in the main event.
This is the chance I've been waiting for. When I got my tournament invitation, I never thought I'd be facing off against my old enemy. Hey, Duran. Looks like I'm your first opponent.
Think you're tough? Huh? Do ya? You got another thing coming.
Duran, take this time to prepare for the tournament. When you are ready, come and speak with me again.
The Sword Mastery Tournament will now commence.
You're about to see how strong I've become firsthand. This is what training will get you. You ready, Duran?
Don't you dare lose to a creep like him.
Begin the match.
Yield! I yield!
Hold your weapons. Duran is the winner.
You did it!
Duran, I see that you have become much stronger.
No! But I trained so hard to beat you! Hey, Duran. Next time, you'll be begging me to go easy on you. That's a promise.
Yeah, you wish. I'll fight you anytime.
You have progressed to the finals, Duran. You must be prepared. Come back and talk to me when you are ready. Be warned, your next opponent will not be so easy.
The Sword Mastery Tournament Finals will now commence.
But there's no one here. Am I meant to fight you, Your Majesty?
No, Duran. I have a very specific opponent in mind for you, for the final round of this contest.
Duran's opponent for the Sword Mastery Tournament is... Loki, the Golden Knight.
Loki? But that's my dad. That's impossible. My dad is dead.
Duran, my son, I am here to test what sort of soldier you have become. Now, put our past behind you and fight me. I challenge you.
Dad. All right. I'll defeat you in my own right. As a fellow swordsman. Golden Knight? I accept!
Now then, begin! Hold your weapons! Duran is the winner!
Well fought, Duran. You have become the strongest swordmaster in the world.
Dad!
Fear not, my son. I cannot linger, for I am no longer of the living world. It is my fate to move on after this, our final match. You have surpassed me in fighting prowess. What more could a father wish to see from his son? I have no regrets.
Dad.
Prince Richard, I humbly thank you for all that you have done for me.
I, too, welcomed this opportunity. Think nothing of it, Loki, my friend.
Until we meet again, Your Highness.
Until we meet again.
Stay strong, Duran. Take care of Wendy. What better way could a man depart this world than in the arms of his son? The greatest swordsman in the land.
Dad!
To the winner of the tournament, Duran, we award the legendary treasure of Volcena, the Valor Sphere.
I'm honored.
Wait, is that?
The book mentioned it, right? The item for switching your class?
All right! Now, I can finally reach Class 4!
Oh, Angela. I feel as if I have not seen you for a while. Where have you been?
Mother, I wanted to ask, do you know anything about the Sage Sphere?
Where did you hear about that, Angela? The Sage Sphere is a treasure passed down through the royal bloodline of Volcena. But I fear that the awesome power it once held has all but disappeared over the years.
Huh? Its power is gone? That means...
Yes, it no longer grants the ability to reach Class 4. However, I know of one way to return magic to the sphere. Only one, to be exact. You must triumph in our Magician Kingdom's trial of queenship. There is no other way. But be warned that none have managed to complete the trial since the Sage Sphere lost its magic. Not even myself.
Mother, the trial was too much for you?
Yes. I had all but given up recovering the power of the Sage Sphere.
Then... I will attempt the trial of queenship, and I promise, I will complete it.
Angela, even I could not endure such a trying challenge.
I don't care. I have to do this. I need to test my magic.
Very well. You must return to the Labyrinth of Ice to undertake the trial of queenship. I will ensure the entrance to the trial is open.
Thank you, Mother! I promise I will succeed.
Angela?
Yes?
I see such strength in your gaze, as I never have before. You have finally come into your own, my daughter.
Thank you, Mother. I'm off!
Hey, was this entrance here before?
This must be the entrance to the trial of queenship my mother opened for me! Don't worry, Mother. I can handle this on my...
I wonder what sort of trial is waiting for you.
I don't know, but one thing is certain. No matter what happens, I am going to complete this trial. I know this will make my mother proud of me. Ugh, I can't see anything in here.
So, what is the trial of queenship anyway?
Uh-oh. Looks like something's waiting for us. That's more like it.
Is that me? So the trial of queenship is overcoming yourself? Fine, I can do this. I can be better than myself. I can even be better than my mother. This is my chance, and I won't let it go to waste. I did it! My own mother couldn't manage this, but I overcame the trial of queenship! I was strong enough! Ah!
Angela?
Hey, don't scare us now.
I'm fine. I was just startled. It feels like the magic within me is overflowing. Oh, I get it. This must be proof that I completed the trial of queenship. Proof of my birthright. All right, let's go back to Volcena and talk to my mother. Mother, I've returned.
You are positively brimming with magic. Angela, you have completed the trial admirably. Now, touch the Sage Sphere. You have returned the Sage Sphere back to its former glory. Altanish legend says that with this, you can unlock the powers that Master Grand Qua developed long ago. Class 4. Angela, I am so proud that you are my daughter.
Mother.
No matter what, know this. You are the true heir to the throne of Volcena. Take courage in your accomplishments.
I will. There's something I have to do. Excuse me.
Remember, this will always be your kingdom and your home. Come back to us, my Angela.
With this Sage Sphere, I can become Class 4.
It's not here! Now what do we do?
Yeah, someone must have gotten it out of the fortress. And I mean every last lucre. Curses!
It's like a fight brewing.
Sounds like Jessica has some idea of what's happened, at least.
But she only wants to talk to Hawkeye about it. She's way more stubborn than people give her credit for.
Brother! Oh, you have good timing! We got a big problem! The whole fortress is in an uproar! But before I let the cat out of the bag, Mew should talk to Jessica. She's in the audience chamber.
I thought maybe I could learn more about the Loyal Sphere here. Come on, what's happened?
Oh, Hawkeye! You're back!
Jessica, how are you doing? Better?
Yes, I'm not quite back to normal yet, but I'm better.
Oh, come on. I get it. Don't cry. It's okay.
You had me worried, you know?
Feeling better? And would you mind telling me what's going on? What happened here?
Niccolo has been rallying the rest of Navarre, trying to rebuild the guild, but all the money and treasure we've collected over the years is nowhere to be found. I think my brother hid it somewhere for safekeeping once he noticed that something was wrong with Papa.
Eagle took it? Well, he was always quick on the uptake. So then...
Eagle told me to ask for your help if something ever happened to him. He said something about searching in Fiery Gorge?
If most of the treasure is missing, that means... Even if the Loyal Sphere is here like Grand Qua predicted, it's probably hidden away with the rest of the haul. Guess that means I've got errands to run. I'll keep an eye out for the sphere while I'm getting the missing treasure back. Be back soon, Jessica. I've got a real live treasure hunt waiting for me in Fiery Gorge.
Yeah, I know we're supposed to search here, but where do we start?
Your friend supposedly hid a lot of treasure, right? Wouldn't someone have found it by now if it was around here?
Don't worry, I have a hunch. Let's keep moving. Hang on, everyone. Here. Look closely. There's an etched bird's eye marking the rock face. Stand back. I just gotta...
Whoa! Huh. Impressive trick.
I guess those thief skills of yours are coming in handy.
Well, I only noticed the mark because I was looking for it. Gotta be on my toes when looking for a sign from Eagle. He's the best thief I know. I can practically smell the treasure from here. Let's go!
Hawkeye? What's your problem?
Just grab the treasure so that we can get back to Navarre.
Wait, hang on! This is Eagle's hidden treasure we're talking about? There's no way it's not trapped. If the target seems too good to be true, it probably is. Too late now. Come on, everyone.
Let's get moving.
Phew. That was some trap. Thanks a lot, Eagle. There's no way we can carry all this treasure back by ourselves. Huh? Is this? Uh-huh. This has got to be that Loyal Sphere that Grand Qua mentioned. Eagle?
Hawkeye, if you're seeing this message, I must already be gone from this world. This treasure should go toward fulfilling my sister's dream for the future. But Jessica must stop this lawless scavenging that the Navarran have fallen prey to. It's time for you to walk a path that's righteous and true. I'm counting on you to help Jessica with this. You're basically family, after all. And you've always been her favorite. She'll listen to you. Please, Hawkeye, consider it a final request from your closest friend. This is all I can do for her now. If for some reason I'm still alive when you see this, forget I said anything. I'll talk to Jessica myself later. Farewell, Hawkeye. No one can erase the days we spent together. They were my greatest treasure.
idiot! You always asked so much of me. You can't just leave me here with this eagle! You idiot! The Loyal Sphere. At least with this, I can reach Class 4. Time to go back to Jessica and let everyone know where the treasure is.
Oh, you have managed to find each of your class items. With the strength of Class 4, you may be able to defeat Annis the Witch. No, you must. Now that Annis has awakened, I do not know how or when she will begin sowing chaos. Do not delay. You must go to where Annis is hiding.
Wait, what? A voice!
I could sense someone honing in on my presence, but I never expected you, Grand Croix. You pitiful mortals seek to defy me? How quaint. A diversion from annihilating the planet could be enjoyable. Come, amuse me.
The time for delays is past. The fate of the world is in your hands. Please.
Ugh, this place is gross. I've never felt anything like this.
Annis the Witch must be up ahead. Finally, time for some fun.
You all ready? Good. Let's go!
It's the welcome party.
Bold of you to come here instead of running away.
So, you're Annis the Witch, huh?
I have but one desire. Use the portal to Mavolia to destroy the world. I will ruin this realm with my own two hands. Now, behold my power. And despair at your worthlessness. You really thought this was over? I can never be purged from this world. Someday, I will be revived and bring chaos with me. Once time passes and you are long gone from this realm, I will remain, biding my time. Chaos will reign. Someday.
We won, right?
Not quite. As long as the goddess of mana exists, Annis will never disappear completely. But you dealt her a major blow. I don't think she'll be coming back anytime soon.
Well, not done yet. We still gotta save the mana goddess after all. For now, we should head back and talk to Grand Croix.
Oh, you have defeated the fearsome witch Annis. As long as brave young souls like yourselves are willing to fight for justice, this world can yet be saved from chaos. That look in each of your eyes reminds me of a time long, long ago. Youth is the hope of this world. I believe I can rest easily with that knowledge. Ah, my young adventurers, you are the world's beacon of hope. I have faith that you will save the goddess of mana. Believe in yourself.